Posty McPost. All right, finding the YouTube link. Uh-oh. Is YouTube link brokenated? Interesting. I'm not sure what to make of that. Well, I'm not sure whether or not YouTube is actually functioning, but we're going to go with it anyway, I guess. It looks like I need to go to YouTube Studio real quick and kill an oops-a-daisy scheduled but not real. There we go. Delete forever. Yes, I understand. Delete forever, ever. Okay, it looks like the YouTube thing is live now. I see a thumbnail. Oh, okay, cool. All right, it's live now. Now let me go ahead and get that up there. All right, that's going. I'm going to go ahead and post in the live streams channel again. Okay, and then in the cool. I think that's all I'm going to do. All right. Let me refresh the chat and we'll go ahead and get this thing started. All right, so let me just give a little bit about where we're at and what we're doing. So I now have an admin API that allows me to see all of the connections and be able to kick some connections based on either the address or the service. So the service being a combination of server name and ALPN. So if I want to kick everything off of the service name period, I can do that. Or I can have it off of both. And then same thing, I can kick an address entirely, or I can kick a specific connection. So I can do either of those things now. And the next bit is that I need to be able to update the config. I need to be able to see the config and update it. So that's what we're up to next. So let me go ahead and look at the config. And let's see. Interesting. So I'm going to need a lint config and normalize config. And I think I want to allow, I gotta figure out what level of granularity we're going to deal with here. And I think it's going to be the level of the application, which is not quite defined yet in the config. I have an example of config for what I want that to look like, but I haven't actually built it out that way yet. So I think I'll go with the way that I have it built out and then move on from there. So config the admin match, TLS matches, Acme configs, hostname overrides. Hostname overrides we aren't actually using. I don't remember what that was for. I think it was to be able to work around DNS, to use a different resolution. But I actually don't remember. Anyway, so that is what we've got. And then for TLS matches, one of the things that we need to make sure of is that we actually do provide that. And then ALPN backends. I don't know what that was supposed to be. ALPN backends. But I don't think we're using it. I don't know if we're going to use it, so I'm going to nix it for now. Okay. And then Acme config. This looks like an absolute disaster piece. All right, but that will work. Let's see, we've got ALPNs by domain. This I actually am going to need to be an atomic.value. Issuer conf map. Huh. So basically, I need a way to update this I guess I need to see where it's actually used. Cert magic. Conf map. Okay. This is part of the initialization still. And so we need a way to reinitialize. So this has to get moved out of new. These need to become atomic.values. Or maybe there needs to be a encompassing struct that becomes the atomic value for this. So conf map. I don't know that this one actually needs to exist on that. Conf map. Okay, that's not really necessary other than that there needs to be a cache. So I might move Cert Magic stuff into its own place. So what happens with this? We return it. Because what I want to do is I want to pull this out of the state. All right, so for right now, it's probably good enough just to read the current config. And write out a config. And we probably need to have some sort of way of hashing the config. Let's see. I'm gonna look up Golang canonical JSON encoding. I might actually go with the Docker one. I often like to go with smaller ones, but I'm imagining the Docker one is going to be probably pretty good. Okay, this one hasn't been touched in 8 years. So there might be some stuff that this doesn't use that it could, because that's quite a long time ago. Well, then again, maybe it doesn't need to be updated. Maybe nothing that important has changed. This one, 6-7 years ago. And then what's this one? Okay, then this one hasn't been touched in 10 years. So, yeah. What's up, California King? So if you always want to become an engineer, why didn't you? And why don't you? Oh, bless me. I am wondering if this exists and this is good. I imagine that there's not that much that we have to worry about with these. I wonder why somebody would choose to re-implement it. Why do we have 3 implementations? So does this have a go.mod? It does not. Does this have a go.mod? It does not. But it does have a cjson.go. Wait, what? I love that. I wonder if, does the Go JSON package not have a canonical option? All right, what are we looking at? The map keys are sorted and used as JSON object keys. Okay. That sounds right. So let's take a look at some JSON that we were just looking at, and let's see. So this is not sorted. This is not sorted. So what does that tell us? All right, use number. I can't choose between electrical or software. Everyone on TikTok. I graduated high school 2 weeks ago. Okay. Yeah, I wouldn't worry about what people on TikTok say. Oh. Yeah. Don't follow the people that are running the mental institution for the mentally insane as the mentally insane. From my perspective, TikTok is a mental illness platform. So I would not worry about anything anyone says on there, good or bad. I think that, well, actually, so I have a friend who is a professor at UVU, and he said that the number of students who believe things that they see online or on YouTube is blowing his mind. And if that's true, that blows my mind too, because I grew up in the internet generation and I know that it's all fake. The idea that someone would believe that the things you see on YouTube or Instagram or TikTok are real, that's scary to me. Because it's like, you know, what you see on TV, you go to the movies, you know the movies aren't real. You go see a magic trick, you know that the magic trick's not real. You watch people on YouTube and listen to what they say, do you not also know that it's not real, right? So if you're worried about what people are saying on TikTok, just realize that it's just as fake as a movie. They're just doing they're pretending to, they're actors and actresses. You know, they're pretending. They want to get recognition. They're getting paid for their acting, right? They get YouTube ads based on how good their acting is, essentially, or TikTok ads or whatever, right? Anyway, you know, you don't really, engineering is a mindset. The specific discipline doesn't matter that much. So, and it's not just electrical or software. So electrical engineer is different from a computer engineer, which is different from a software engineer. So electrical engineer, you're dealing with analog. So for example, speakers. That's the only thing I know. But you're dealing with things that are not digital. Computer engineer, you're dealing with electronics, so things that are controlled by microchips and such. And then software engineer, uh, I think it's a bad field to get into right now just because I don't think there's any appreciation for it. Because the term engineer is thrown around in the software world means absolutely nothing. People that have 6 months of experience are being hired as senior engineers. Literally people who are very, very junior are being hired as senior engineers right now. So it does that doesn't mean anything. But I would have been really interested in doing electrical or computer engineering. I just happened to do software. I don't know why. I was working a job and I was able to learn some software in my spare time. I automated away some of what I was doing and I was able to learn. And then I went to college and I took a class for Java, and suddenly programming made sense because the exercises were good enough that I could understand them. And then I just started doing work on my own. But I'd already done IT stuff before, so I wasn't going in cold. And I'd already had a job where I did some programming. So, anyway. I guess the easiest way to solve this problem would simply be to reorder the keys to be in the sort order that I want them in. So if this is my config, then I should just put this in the correct sort order, which I believe would be, let's see, I only need to worry about the things that are actually public values, and I need to sort them according to this. And I don't actually have that, but let's say that we were going to do that. So we would put it this way. Note, JSON stringified keys are in well, I guess it doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter. They just need to be in a predictable order. And according to the documentation, they are in a predictable order. So well, let's some volume here. There we go. All right. So let's do the same thing here. So actually, let's go back. Let's go back. We don't need to do anything. We don't need to change anything. Just note Okay, so with that in mind, we don't have to worry about the sort order. Every time we stringify, we will get a consistent. What we get will be consistent, so that's good. So what we could add then is we could add func c config hash, and we would get back 32 byte. So, and I'm just going to have a little bit of autocomplete do this. Okay, I have a config struct, and I want in Go write a func c config hash that JSON serializes the config and returns a hash of the bytes. All right. Am I that dumb? Has AI made me this dumb? Is that where I'm at now? Ah, yes. Yes, this is where I'm at now. I don't know why. I don't know why. I just thought that it was gonna, because normally I have the boilerplate for this, and I don't have any excuses. That was dumb. Okay. All right. So we're gonna have a hash of the config that we can create. And that would actually be great to get in the status. Let's go ahead and put that in the status. So we will, in our command here, maybe I do want the whole conf to be passed in. Okay. Then config, normalize config. Yeah. It just prints out the thingy. So read config. All right, so we got both of these. So I think I'm just going to get rid of that. We're going to pass in the whole config. What does read config as? TLS router.config. So, whoops. All right, so we're going to create a handler status. And we're going to do that with the hash, which is okay, I'm not going to do stupid again. Conf dot hash. We're going to pass that in here along with the current time. And oh no. But this is getting to a point where it's not easy to manage, so might be a good time just to create a struct for that. Here. Let's turn this from a static config to create a struct for this static JSON and use it instead of hard-coded string values. Actually, we can do this a lot better. Yeah. Yeah, that's good. Format duration. That's seconds. Okay. All right, and then what else was it we wanted to add to this config hash? And it might be nice to have a config version too. And then maybe I like the idea of a config date, but we'll leave that alone for now. Well, yeah, let's go ahead and do this. Config date. Although that one's a little bit different. We can include a date in the config field. That's fine. So if we go back here, and let's just have config. Now, I'll probably want to separate out the JSON config from the other bits at some point. But let's go ahead and add version in here. And hash won't make sense on its own. But we could also include a date field. Problem with the date field, I don't actually want that to be something that's in the JSON. I want to set that from the file date. Call that file time. That'd be fine. But we won't include that in the hash. Okay. So let me go back and do this then. So back here, when we do read file, okay. Read a file's modified time and go. OS stat mod time. Okay, there we go. And I really don't feel too stupid for that because I just didn't know what that was off the top of my head. I could have looked at the documentation. I could have asked it there. Either way works. The JSON one was embarrassing because I knew that. I just, normally I don't use Marshall and Unmarshall. I use encode and decode, and they have a little bit more boilerplate. So that's what I'm going to blame it on anyway. That's how we're going to pretend right now, so that I can maintain my dignity. Okay, that's probably not good. Well, I guess it's fine. Normalize the config. File path. I just that. Was this called file time? Yeah, we don't really need this. I'm just gonna ignore the error, maybe? No, because we need to know if there's an error. We're just gonna ignore. I don't know, I could print that this disappeared. What's up, Sing? Sure, okay. I will. I will do something. I will do something. Config file disappeared. There we go. All right, create handle status. Okay, config hash. So we'll do config hash is going to be hex dot encode to string. Whoops. And I don't think there's any way that can fail. Encode string. There we go. Okay, cool. So now in our status, we can output the config version and hash, which we're not going to have one of those right now. Actually, let's go ahead and just add that in here. So we'll add in version, and we might as well just call this 1. Version doesn't really matter. It's going to be a comment field, essentially. I guess I could restrict it to be a number, but I'd like it to just be an incrementing number. I think that would be best. Okay, argument to set up router. How's your day going? My day is going good. It's going good. Finally making some progress on this project, or not finally making progress per se. Okay, so what do we got going on here? That was not what I was actually trying to do. All right, here we go. Config hash, config date, config version. It would help if I set any of those values. Did you know that? Did you know it would help if I set the values? All right. All right, so I'm going to take this. I'm going to pass this in as well. Create handle status. And then we're going to do the same thing, conf TLS router.config. Get rid of that from there. We can do this. And then we can do config hash, and we can do config version, conf.version, and we can do config date, conf.file time. There we go. Okay, let's try that. Anyway, I'm finally getting to the fun part of the project, where the basic core stuff is working and I'm updating the API. All right, so config hash is way too long. Date has way too many digits in it, but other than that, it's doing all right. I think I will create a, let's create a type. I'm gonna create it as JSON time. I'm gonna put it over in here. This will move eventually. But yeah, I'm gonna have a type similar to this. We're gonna have a type that is, instead of int52 time, it's going to be JSON time. All right, and then instead of being worried about, and then this is going to be a string. No, this is going to be time.time. And so think that'll be it. So it'll be T. I guess. Okay, wait, what am I doing here? Can I just do this? Okay, it looks like that works just fine. So we can just go with T here. All right, and then we need to do the reverse. Maybe that's what we can do. Then all right. Oh, okay. So this would be ISO time. We're going to unmarshal this as a string, and then we're going to parse ISO time as then, and then we're going to make the pointer to T JSON time then, right? I think that's it. Okay. So what this is doing, all this is doing is it's giving us time in a format that I prefer. That's it. That's the purpose of that. And then I'll make this one a JSON time too, which is going to break something else, which I'll have to go fix momentarily. So then we'll just wrap this in JSON time. There we go. Boom. Okay. There we go. Okay. So this is not going to be much different. I think that for the config hash, I would prefer to not have it be quite so long. So what if we just take it up to 16 bytes and leave it at that? I think that's going to be just fine. All right, so here we go. Let's take a look at it again. Boom. All right, not so bad. And instead of calling it config hash, you know what? I think it is better to be more specific. Let's go ahead and call that SHA-2. Wait, let's see. No. Sum 256. Or just SHA. Is it like that? Does it have to be like that? No, it can be like this, right? What is the way in Go? Would it be SHA? SHA? SHA 256? Boom. There we go. Nailed it. Now it kind of seems silly to do it this way, but still going to do it this way. I might as well just convert it to hex in there too then, huh? Well, but it's not. Okay, I'm reverting it back to hash. Okay, I could call it a short shot too. That would be fine. I think B is fine. H is fine. There we go. All right, so let's try it again. All right, here we go. Oh, I did not shorten it. Let me go shorten it. Call it short shot, and then I didn't shorten it. Okay, so again, you know, I'm actually, if we just take the first, let's see, if we wanted A7, then I need to do 4. Okay, there we go. Now, when we do this, boom. Nice little H prefix there. I could make that a capital H just to make it distinct. But yeah, we don't need a billion long for this. This is fine. And then we show the config date, config version. System seconds. Way too many seconds. I want to see what happens once it crosses 60. It's probably not going to do anything for the API seconds. Yeah, it's still way too many decimal places. Let me see if I can knock that down too. This is kind of silly stuff, but you know, I just want to make it nice. Time dot duration. That's actually not the problem. Problem here is System uptime dot seconds. And system uptime is a time, right? Since, okay. How can I truncate milliseconds? Nope, that's not what I want. Sent 3F. There we go. That's what I want. Yeah, okay. No. Okay, fine. Fine. We'll just do it the way we got to do it. Oh, whoops. There we go. strconf A2I. No, A2F. Oh, wait. How do we parse a float then? How about parse a float? strconf. Parse. Oh, it's called parse float. Okay. All right, boring stuff, but I want it to look nice. For my own sanity. There we go. You know, can I get it to always print out as 3 digits? Like that. I guess I'd have to do it a string to get it to do that. Whatever. Okay. So that part's done. That was just dumb, kind of wasting time, but kind of just wanted it to look nice. Okay? Can you blame me? Oops. All right. All right, so we got that. And then what's the next piece going to be? Our kids, they're insane. Kick, 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 kick. So, surprisingly, it's actually getting cold. It's 72 degrees, but it feels cooler. Today did not get very hot. I probably could have had the door open all day. I did not, but I kind of regret it. Anyway, so we're not going to have, it's not going to be list connections. This is going to be config. This is going to be get config. And this is basically just going to be boop-a-doop. And then we need to have that actually mounted somewhere, which again, I'm just going to put it in the dumb place for now. All right. Get config. I'm gonna have to consider how that's done. What do you think about that in a moment? All right, so let's just recompile with this. And now we should be able to get the config and we should be able to see the version and the hash. Actually, I don't know if we'll see the hash. Hash is not technically part of the config, or is it? API, config, pretty prints. So then maybe what we're going to have to do here is... What do we do? I think we do have a hash, but we just have to be careful. All right, so what we have to do is set the hash to nothing. Yeah, we can do that. So anytime we hash it, we first empty it and then put it back together again. Yeah, that should be all right. So technically we would need something to call that. So I guess what we ought to do here is, before we do this, lc.config.short hash or short SHA-2. Wait, what did we just call this? Short SHA-2. Okay. All right, so we run this one as well. So one thing that I don't like about this, but I don't know what to do yet, is exposing the API tokens in the config file. I think I want a separate place for API tokens. I kind of want to just have a vault file and just throw everything in there and just create, just basically just create some random bytes. And then do vault : / and then have it, when it reads it in, have it maybe for the API token have a function that reads from the vault or something. So maybe for the time being, what I could do is I could make these vault strings. I just love me custom JSON encoding and decoding. All right. So what I'll do What's up?
You know that vent that's behind the shed?
Yes.
It turned it on.
I don't think you can turn it on or off. But please don't mess with that. That's our air conditioning.
It was like
Don't put sticks in it. Don't put anything in there, because the AC in the house will break and will be hot inside. Okay? So don't play with that. Don't play with that box. Because that's a very expensive box, and if something goes wrong with that box, we will be very, very hot. Understood? Okay. All right. Create a new type secret string. Oops. with JSON, Marshall, and unmarshal. To will replace I can't do that, can I? I'd need some sort of state. Okay, yeah, I don't like this idea because what I was going to do, that the problem I would have is when we go to write this out to a file, I don't want the API tokens to be masked. So, and I'm not sure how to pass in the state to be different from that. So I don't know what I'm going to do there. I think my vaulted idea makes sense. When we read in the config, all right. Okay. Write a vault package that will read the vault from a CSV file. And a concurrency safe that returns a random turning the random ID and a get ID string.
Oh no, where did it go?
Yeah, we'll just go with that for now. All right, there we go. So that's going to write our vault package. Oh, also, we don't need quotes. Let's see. I don't know if I see new vault file. If error not equals nil. Create the CSV if it doesn't exist. Okay. Let's see, does this look right? All right, we got bugs coming in, so I got to close the door. I can't believe it, but I might have to turn on the heater tonight. Crazy Utah weather. Okay. Fields per record, 2. Trim leading space, true. Okay, cool. Let's see. All right, that looks good. I think that's going to be what we need. All right. And then we really only just need a new there. We can come up with something better later on. Okay. I'm not sure if that's how that works. Okay, cool. Oh, did I fail to notice that? Pinned. All right. All right. Actually, I do want this to return an error. Interesting. How does flush... Alrighty. And let's make sure there's no timing issues here. So if we add a secret... All right, so let's do type ID. And then... All right, I'm going to have it modify the program a bit. Well, technically, I guess we would want to be able to add the same secret twice. That would be okay. And there we go. Now, if we were going to do this Super Pro, which I'm already getting a little bit further into it than what I was anticipating, but if we're going to do the Super Pro, hey, iVitals, what's up? Vishnu. All right, so hashes. But if we were to do this Super Pro, then we would allow the secrets to be entered in multiple times, and we just give them a different value each time. For example, if it was credit cards. All right, read existing secrets, blah, 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 blah. For record of records. Oops. All right, so we got that one out of the way. Should probably provide the opportunity for them to have like a salt or something. And by them, I mean me. Because I'm the only person in the world, literally, that's going to be using this for the foreseeable future. All right. All right, so where did I get I did the hash right there? Yeah. So we're good then. Should be it. Oh, and we gotta update. We gotta update some stuff here. All right. What? What? All right. I think that's it. Okay, so I think we've got our vault now. Well, not what I meant to do. I meant to click the more brightness button. But instead I clicked the disconnect button. Hold on. Don't let my mom know. I don't even know what that's supposed to mean. I'm guessing there's some sort of innuendo there. Emacs versus Vim. It's true. It's true. You can only be part of one. And if you're part of the wrong one, then you're using Emacs. I don't know. You know, you got to give the Emacs people credit. Because at least they're using a proper editor. I just can't imagine having to use the mouse all day. Do you like how fast this is? Actually feels like it's a little slow. What are my values right now? Key repeat is 1.5. I think that's... I should go straight to 1. Initial key repeat of 13 is great. But key read of 1.5, they got to take it back to 1. This is good, but could be better. Maybe. I really can't work with VS Code at all. That's correct. You can't work with VS Code. VS Code is for babies who are playing games rather than getting their work done. They're so busy with their mouse pretending like they're video gaming that how can they code? They can't. Yeah, that's right. Just trying to lighten the mood. That's good. Yeah, thanks. Thanks for that. I appreciate you lightening the mood. Even if you bring darkness into it. VS Code. I'm gonna have a heart attack. Okay, what was I doing now? I'll just undo a couple of times to see where I was at. All right. So it's getting that all good. Making sure that we can add this. Had something else going on. I don't know, maybe. Okay. And we probably... we're probably going to have tab vault. Hmm. What is that sound? Hold on a second. It sounds like a flag, but it sounds like it's in the backyard. Yeah. Got tornado force winds coming along. Okay. Oh, you want to lighten the mood? I farted. There. Now we've lightened the mood. Smells great. Okay, yeah. I go out. I can't figure out what's making the noise. I come back in. The noise starts up again. Okay. All right. So what do I need to do? All right. So strings.has prefix API token vault API token equals ID equals trim prefix vault, and then what is it going to be? lc dot config dot tab vault dot get. Hey, the get can't have an error, right? Let me just double check on that. All right, tab vault. There we go. All right, so read config file path. Conf path. So we're going to need, in addition to conf path, we're going to need a vault path. So where's our default conf path? Okay, so let's do all this. Whoops. We're going to have our, and we're going to replace conf with vault. Vault file secrets.tsv All right, conf with vault. Vaultig. There we go. All right. Tab vault dot new vault path. Okay, what's wrong? Secret string? Oh, right. So this is just back to regular string then. Okay, so I'm thinking okay, no. What is going on? Go get that later. That's blowing stuff all around. That's crazy wind. Okay. New should not be able to return an error. That's inappropriate. Open or create. There we go. We can do that. That works. I'm very opposed to new being able to return an error. Ooh. Does this mean that we need to... Let's see. When we set up router... Yeah, we're going to need something to encompass this because it's growing in complexity. Complexity has entered the code base. What do we do? So what I'd also like to do is just migrate. Let's see. I'm gonna do something nasty. Just don't tell my friends. So when we normalize the config here, TLS config. All right, we're in lint config. Hmm. Okay, TLS config is empty. So where's the Acme config then? Acme configs. Okay, so we don't handle that in the normalization right now, looks like. Alrighty then. All right, so we got domains, DNS provider, DNS01 provider as a config. And then basically what we need to check is if API token. I'm going to take this down to where we normalize. And we'll just add this on to the end. Wait. Normalize config. Yeah, okay. So conf dot acme configs. Acme configs. Yep. Okay, cool. So for acme conf range, acme configs. And then I'm just having this as a reference so I can see what I'm looping over here. And then how are we doing this? Normalize config. Okay, we're probably going to need to pass in a pointer to the config here. Normalize config. Because we're going to update it in place. See, we're doing nasty stuff. Nasty, nasty. All right, sorry. For each Acme config, and then this is not a copy. Well, these are pointers, so we actually don't need to change that in order for this to continue to work, because these are pointers anyway. So we're copying the pointers, we're keeping the pointers, we're all good. All right, so as far as Acme config goes, Acme conf dot DNS01 provider dot config dot API token. So if len greater than 0, really we could just go straight to the money, which is strings dot has prefix vault continue. Well, actually that other one made sense too, so all right, so we can say wait, what is this saying? What do you mean it's ignored? It's an if. All right, what would it be? Conf dot tab vault dot add. Okay, there we go. Okay, so yeah, this works out well. So let's go ahead and build this and take a look at it. And now the secrets should not be in the config file. Invalid memory address. Why am I not surprised? Okay, open or create. All right, so we've got the Madoodle here. Return nil error. Okay. Okay, that close doesn't matter. Okay. That returns a vault. So how would we get a vault? Okay, let's go ahead and just try this again. Let's see what's going on here. Normalize config. Bunch of nil pointers. I know what's going on. I can see what's happening here. We've made a little boo-boo, and it's strange. Don't even know how I feel. It's a boo-boo. All right, vault path. We have a little chicken and an egg going on. That's what's going on here, folks. Little case of the chicken and the egg. Read config is going to need to take, well, in both of these cases, yep, this is nasty, 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 nasty. I don't feel good about it, but it's what must be done for now. We'll clean it up later. Probably. Boom, baby. All right, so let's try this again. Okay, so now if we take a look at our config file from, I've got too many of these things open. Let me close a bunch out. Okay, so if we take a look at this now, API token is still there. So what does that tell us? What does that tell us? Okay, so that's a pointer to an Acme config. Okay, well first let's take a look at something else here. Let's see if our vault, what? Okay, that was not what I was, that was not what I was expecting. Secrets.tsv. Okay. So our secrets.tsv does actually have stuff in here. Okay. So something's gone a little bit wrong. 041. I think I see what's gone wrong actually. Did anybody else catch it? Anybody else catch it? So in here, when I changed this, I forgot to add vault : // So, having done that, now if we take a look at our config file and we go look for API token, all right, all right, that's right there. It's not right here because we haven't actually added the ability to edit the config file yet, which is what we are going to need next. So now where there were the API tokens, boom, now we see Vault. So this is good. Excellent, that's what I wanted. So I'm going to go ahead and commit this because I've got something that wasn't working before is working now. So API TLS router.go and then tab vault. Did we really touch all these files for this one thing? Good. All right. That's simple enough. Now we need to have a way to edit this. And this is where I might need to change the config format. But before I do that, I think if we could just have a way to edit some of this, that would be good. Let's see. How do I want to edit this? All right. I'm going to have to pause the music for a second because I need to think about this. I need to take a look at the other way that I've got this shaped as well. So comp3. All right, let's take a look at it. We've got an app name. We have some Acme config. We've got some matchers for domains. And we've got backends. Okay. And all the rest of that doesn't really matter. All right. So what we're saying is for a given application, we likely only need DNS for hmm, uh, I want a way to add or remove a backend and an application. Hmm. All right. So what could change here? I could have a backend, and the backend could add support, for example, for H3. So in that case, would I just have another set of matchers? Let me go look at the logic I've got currently. Because my primary concern is adding and removing backends. That's what this is all about. Reverse proxying is all about how do I get it from a matching domain and, so, matching domain slash server name and protocol to a backend that supports that domain and protocol. And as far as the Acme configuration goes, that is only concerned with domain. That is it. So what do I need this to look like? I'll turn the music back on. I'll turn it back on for y'all at least. I think I'm going to quiet it for myself. as I just think about this. What really identifies a backend is an address and a port. And the order of the domains doesn't matter. But when I'm editing this, I basically want to edit it from one of two perspectives. I want to edit it from the perspective of a backend. Like when I view this, I want to see the backends grouped together. But when I edit it, I really want to edit it from the perspective of backend. I also think that this, instead of being called matchers, could be called services. That's what this is really about. Because I could have a service, and the service should have a name. So we're going to have an application, and that application is going to have a service, and that service should have a name that functions as an ID, essentially. So maybe we have an ID in here. Or a slug. And I could have a set of domains for Acme. So I've got an application that has services that has certificate management. So an application that has certificate management. And I think that this actually should be an array. And so we'll access this via slug. So I think I might as well go ahead and try to update this to this format now. I'm considering the difference between, as I've already said, I'm just reiterating the difference between the way that this exists in memory, the way that I would want to edit it by hand, and the way that I would need to edit it by CLI and API. Because when I look at the config file, I don't want to be overwhelmed with verbosity. When I fetch the whole config file from the API, I don't want a bunch. I don't want to be overwhelmed with verbosity and repetition. I want to be able to see something in a way that makes sense. So, for example, HTTP is a bit special because there are 3 different ALPNs. Well, actually 4, because there's also H2C, which I don't quite understand how that works for H2C. Mm-hmm. But, whoops. And then technically also there's HTTP 1.0. Again, I don't know how that works. I don't think that's real, but I guess there's services out there that's I don't know how you could, the pairing doesn't make any sense on that one. How could you have a service that's HTTP 1.0 but TLS that's 1.3? Those are decades apart. So I don't know how you would, I don't know how something that is so old that can only support HTTP 1.0 would somehow be able to support TLS 1.3. The H2 versus H2C is a little bit weird because H2C is a registered ALPN for TLS, but H2C is literally HTTP2 without encryption. So I don't know how you would tunnel HTTP2 without encryption through TLS. That doesn't seem like a thing, because if you tunneled it through TLS, it would just be H2. There's probably some nuanced difference that I'm not understanding there, that probably will apply to this scenario where we are um, going to another backend. Anyway, so the slug needs to be unique. that kind of makes me want to make this a key, but then kind of not at the same time. The Acme DLS, DNS, we do have this taken care of now, so I can get rid of that. Ba-ba-ba-ba. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. So yeah, HTTP is kind of a weird one. Because I think we do actually need the backend. In this case, we need the backend to be able to say what it supports. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe HTTP should just be handled as a special case. Because it's all of these things. I don't know. I don't know what to do with that. And then the domains, if for some reason the backend can't handle the exact list of domains, then I think that that just becomes a different service. And that's fine. And maybe that's what needs to happen for this as well. So maybe, okay, let's just prototype this out here real quick. So we'll call this demo H3, and we'll call this demo HTTP. And the difference is that this one supports HTTP 3. This one only supports HTTP 1. Whoops, again. I don't actually want the formatter to format this. Okay. So yeah, so that's just a duplicate while they're incongruent. Because the idea is going to be that eventually these backends are going to converge and they're going to come back together. So for a short time, this may be the only backend that supports HTTP 1.1. So these will be two separate entries for a space and time, but then as soon as the backends all support the same thing again, then they will converge back into one. I think that's the way that I want to do it. But then what kind of doesn't make sense is the slug, because in that case, the slug for these would actually be the same slug. So for a given slug, the domains have to match. You know what? I think what we do, no, I don't think that's what we do. I think what we do is this. Is that if a backend doesn't support the full range, then the backend is limited, because we need that slug to be unique. And so we can say this service supports all of this, but this backend only supports this. And I think that's fine. Because then we just have extra information. Yeah, we just have a little bit of duplicate information that's limiting. But I guess anytime they're not all the same. Okay, so what happens if we did this? I mean, it seems a little bit weird. The case of HTTP, let's say that we had one backend that could handle H3, which actually makes sense because that's UDP, so it could be a different port. So in this case, what would this look like? Would this then look like this? And then there could be another one that looks like this. I don't know. I don't think I really need to worry about that case because I don't think that's a case that actually exists yet. I mean, I guess from a completeness perspective of being able to write out the config file, I need to figure it out. But yeah, so the main thing is, okay, so I've got this slug and I'm going to add a backend that has a new capability, H3. So I guess this is the thing. Previously, it was this. But now I've got a new backend that's this. What I would say is that now it's time to rewrite this, and it should have ALPN supported by every backend, and any backend that didn't have this specified supports all the backends. But if we're adding a new capability that any backend doesn't support, then we add this here, but then the prior backends would just get. So let's go back to our previous example here. Whoops. All right. So now our backend list looks like this, where this one supports everything. These two only support this. If they get upgraded, then they support that as well. Yeah, I think that's all right. Because the cases where these are going to differ are going to be few. So I think it's okay to list the ALPNs more than. I mean, I could just omit it and say that the backends always need to specify the ALPNs, except that the only case where that's really common is with HTTP, because if we look at SSH or Postgres or SMB, you're not going to be supporting SSH and SMB as the same service. So okay. All right. I think I understand what I need to do now. And we'll see what this feels like. All right, so let's go back to config. Wow, this is getting long. It's a good indicator that this is becoming too much. Okay, so we've got app name. We also need to have at a top level here. Ooh. Oops, daisies. I wonder if we want to have versions on the apps as well. I definitely want to have versions on the back end. Again, the version is really just a comment. It's not going to be functional. The problem with the version is it could get out of sync if it's not updated properly. But if we just have a strategy where we just bump it whenever we edit it, then I think it should be fine. That almost makes me want to remove the version for the purposes of hashing. I do want to remove the version for the purposes of hashing. So when we do hashing, why is this an ineffective assignment? Hmm. Well, that's weird. Why doesn't it tell me that this is an ineffective assignment? Oh, because we're returning it. Right. Lesson learned. Oh, well then if it's an ineffective assignment, then that's actually just fine. Hold on. All right, so then short SHA. So lc.config.hash would be that. Okay, so now that will give us the correct value, whereas before it was not giving us the correct value. All right, that's good. All right. So next thing is we actually change up the struct a bunch. So let me pull back up that config file. Let me go into project here and take a look at that TLS router.comp3.json. I'm just going to pull it up on the other screen so I can look at it and see. All right, so we are going to change this a bunch. So we're going to have version, and I think I will put this in canonical list form. So these two don't matter. They are going to be ignored in the hash. So I'm just going to get rid of them or just put them up there. Up here, oh, we also need to have the admin. Let me look at that. With the current one, we have admin domains. So let me just bring that back up here. Admin domains. All right, good. Okay, so version, hash. Then we're going to have I want to call this admin service. Then we're going to have apps. And we can call that a TLS match. And I don't know what we're going to do with this. I suppose this is just going to be TLS app. All right. And that's all that we're going to have at that level. The Acme configs. We're going to get rid of hostname overrides because we're not using them, and I don't know if we will. So Acme configs has got to move. So this type TLS app. This is going to have app name. And the reason I'm stuttering on this, with it's an app and it has an app name, I don't know. Actually, I want to call this label. As far as the canonical serialization goes, these are both omit empty. So they don't show up in canonical serialization. All right. Okay. And do I want to omit empty on this? I'm not sure I do. Yeah, sure. We can omit empty on it. That's fine. I really just don't want to have to support a bunch of different providers in here, though. I don't want that to be in this binary. I have to think about that. I do still... I don't know. Okay. So we're going to have Acme DNS. And that's going to have domain string, which could be empty. It's going to be like a fallback wildcard. All right, so there's going to be... Okay, then we're going to have services. Which is essentially what a TLS match is. The Acme config is going to need to have a slug, so this is going to need to get a slug. And it could also get a comment. We're gonna have to have wildcard support at some point for not for the Acme, but for matching on things. So having nothing is an implicit wildcard. Because you have an empty array, it would be meaningless. But we could also have, I think another thing we should be able to have is that we should be able to disable. Okay, we're probably going to need to do something different here. So service ALPNs. I don't know if we're actually going to need that, but I'm just going to put that there for now. I might have to come back and delete it. I guess I'll just delete it and I'll come back and add it if I need it. Smarter move. All right, and we'll need some sort of healthy. I'm going to throw this down at the bottom for now. All right. So everything comments can all be omit empty. All right. Okay, so for the internal representation of this, we actually do need to separate out the backends separately by ALPN. Because this current backend is not going to work unless we actually in memory split up the services. So I kind of like the idea of saying config app here instead of TLS app, which again, this stutters, but we'll figure that out later. And then instead of TLS match, I actually really do want to call this service. I'm going to call it config service because we're going to just have different representations of this thing. Conf dot services. All right. Okay, so we've got Acme DNS, we've got services, and that's all that we've got as part of this config. And you know what? I don't want to pigeonhole this into Acme DNS actually. So let's call this DNS. We're going to call it DNS providers actually. And that can have, they can have a label or a slug as well. Okay. And this current backend is going to have to go somewhere else, but that's okay. Yeah, we really just need to have a different config from what we read in from the file. Which I'm also very open and wanting to put this into, have the option for this to be in a database as well. So it's not just JSON files the only way to go. But I would duplicate basically all of the stuff for JSON and SQL the same. In fact, yeah, I was gonna say I could see it, you know, using SQL C with this. I don't know what this was supposed to be, this ALPN backends. I'm just gonna get rid of it. All right, standardizing on backends. That's a comment we don't need. So Acme, I don't know that we need. either of these right now, so I'm just going to get rid of them. I think we could, okay, where, I don't think we need Acme. We are moving DNS providers down to here, right? DNS providers, they're there. Okay. I could definitely see wanting to support other providers than Let's Encrypt. And I could definitely see wanting to provide some TLS config with a secret in the vault. But we're not going to do that right now. Okay. Okay, DNS providers is what that one was called. All right, DNS providers. I will personally rearrange your keyboard layout while you sleep. Thank you. Tell me more. All right, so this one was DNS providers. But it is right there, isn't it? Oh, no, we've got apps. Okay. We got apps. I'm going to fall asleep right now. Can't you tell? Keep this up and I'll write go to in your next code review. Oh man, thank you. Oh wow. So that now I have to share with you a a little funny. Where did it go? Was it really that long ago? Yes, it was. What was... Hold on, it's going to be worth it. Or it won't. So I was having an argument with a buddy. Why don't people have time to make their own mistakes? They don't even let me use GoTo in code for a university class. You'd think that would be the time to experiment. To which I responded, look, if you want to make bad mistakes, go get a girl pregnant. Don't you dare use GoTo. And then he came back to that a little bit later. Oh, using GoTo, getting a girl pregnant. Oh, let's see if I can. Yeah, and then, but then he didn't stop there. It didn't stop there. He got so many of them. Like he just had a fun time with it. Let me see if I can. Oh, I gotta download this one. Let me. Do I have to download? I have to go click the download button. Save image. All right, and now open it. Maybe. Or what? Okay, here we go. Here we go. Yeah. So then there was this one. I just thought this was so hilarious. Oh, I just, it's just too funny to me. And oh, oh, it just brings tears to my eyes every time. Every time. Oh, 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 oh. I don't even know if it's that funny, but to me, it's the funniest thing in the whole world. There just couldn't be anything funnier, you know? Or maybe you don't know, but to me, I just think this is peak hilarity. Peak hilarity right there. Oh, so yeah, yeah, it's just one of those late night things, I guess. But it's not late night, and I still just think it's the most funny thing ever. Oh, oh, good. I'm glad you think it's funny as well, because I just thought it was so hilarious. And I tried to explain it to my wife. Bad idea. Oh, woo! A day without laugh is just a wasted day. That is correct, sir. That is correct. All right, so app services. There we go. Did that actually work? So this would be admin service. Let me go ahead and replace admin match with admin service. Woo! All right, so if len apps is 0, what this really needs is var has active service bool. And then what we need to do is do a little for ranging McRae's range. If app.disabled continue, and then we need to do app.services, and then likewise if service.disabled, are you gonna SRV? Huh? A little SRV? Has active service equals true and rake. Oh, oh. You know, I try to get behind labels, but I just think they're a little too unfamiliar to most people. And I just think that this is more clear. So that's what I'm going to go with. No, no apps with active non-disabled services. Nothing to do. Actually, that's okay. We can have a config with nothing in it because once we can edit the config, so to do, once we can edit the config, this is not a problem. All right. And I'm not a fan of nesting things just for the sake of nesting things. But in this particular case, I think it's the right move. So like how fast my cursor moves? Don't you wish your cursor moved that fast? I bet you wish your cursor moved that fast. I bet you're sitting there thinking about how you wished your cursor was this fast. That's what most people think when they see my cursor moving like that. They think about how fast it is. And then they want one. But they can't have one because they don't appreciate the power. Okay, so we got a little bit of a problem here. Config DNS is not what it seems. So this might actually go back to Acme DNS. And then this will be config DNS. Hmm. For right now, we're doing this, but this is gonna have to change. Come on, MD. What else you got? Keep it live around here. Don't let us fall asleep. Code's boring. You're exciting. I cannot believe this. It is June 21st. I am going to have to turn on the heater. Well, I guess I could just put on my jacket first. Yeah, let's go that route first. Before we do anything crazy. Like turn on the heater in June. I'm so grateful for when I go to bed tonight that I'm going to have all this nice cold. Which, speaking of going to bed, I do need to go to bed within the next probably 2 hours. I'm just going to have to spend Monday on this. I don't think Monday's going to be hot either. I think Monday I might actually need to have the heater on in here. We have some sort of cold something going on. Show me the 10-day weather forecast. Oh. Yeah. Whew. Tomorrow, it's going to get down to 8 Celsius. The same Monday. And then we're just going to have this wild swing. Well, it's not that bad because it doesn't look like it's going to get up to 37 Celsius again the entire week. The highest it looks like we're going to be is 33 Celsius. Which that's still in the 90s, but that's not bad. But yeah, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, they're going to be cool days according to the weather. I might need the heater on Monday. Probably not Tuesday. But that is weird. Okay, so and then I'm also going to I'm going to have config backend here. Maybe not. I don't know what I'm going to do about backend right now. I may not call it config backend for the moment. I am starting to learn Go. No! Hey, me too. Just kidding. I started learning Go when they announced it. And my only regret is that I didn't convince every client that what they actually needed was Go from the beginning. Because a lot of people, oh, well, we need to do it in JavaScript because blah, 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 blah. No. No, you don't. Nobody needs that. Well, our developers are too dumb to use any language other than JavaScript. Well, then they're too dumb to use JavaScript. Period. Can't tell me that they're so dumb that they can only use the most complicated language and framework ecosystem. You cannot tell me that. That's oxymoronical. That's contradictory. That those two things cannot be true. They cannot be so dumb and they're using JavaScript. You have to be extremely intelligent to use JavaScript at any level other than CodeMonkey. And if you are that intelligent, you can absolutely use Go. And if you're only intelligent enough to use JavaScript at a CodeMonkey level, oh, you probably should be using Go. Because you probably don't have enough bandwidth to deal with JavaScript. Now, I love JavaScript. I just don't like what people do to her. When she was mine, I treated her nice. I guess when she was Crockford's, rather. All right, so we got the backend stuff in here. Kind of, sort of, maybe. Oh, right. Address, port. Let's see. HTTP tunnel. Force, connect TLS, connect and secure. All right. So basically these things, yeah, we need the config struct and we need the in-memory struct, and they just need to be diffner. So we'll try to figure that out as we go. Okay, I'm going to start back up from the top and go down. Log should definitely not be in here. Oops, daisies. All right, so conf.dns providers is not a thing. So what is it I'm actually trying to do here? I think what I'm actually trying to do here, see, admin service domains, Acme conf DNS provider. Z. Okay. Issuer conf map. Okay, first of all, let's look at that. This one probably needs Acme DNS. That's what that probably needs. I don't know. Do we need that to be pointers? I don't think we do. Maybe we do because they're in a map. But let's see. We can just replace them. So where did this Acme conf come from? And that's probably not the right place either. Okay, so if we're going to build up the Acme configs, we're going to have to do it by app. Because now we switched this all over to apps. And so then we're going to do app.dns providers. And this is even going to have to be done differently. So wait, what part is this in? This is in new listen config? Yeah, this is going to have to move elsewhere. Yeah, so we're going to have to build up these Acme configs as its own function. Because in order to build the Acme configs, we have to go through and figure out what all the domains are. We have to figure out what all the Acme configs are. And then we have to merge the domains. But yeah, let's just go ahead and handle this as is for the moment. So then we have an Acme config, DNS provider. Okay, so this is where something didn't land quite right. Yeah. Okay, so let me think about this. So for each app, we need a all right, so we need a couple of things here. Okay. So we got that. Then we have to come up with a set of domains. Okay. So maybe, yeah, this is something that's best linted, I think, because trying to get the config file to represent this perfectly would be really annoying, because then you'd have to go through every single domain and map it only to one DNS provider config, and I just think that would be a pain in the butt. I could be wrong about that. Maybe if it was a list. So I could see a way that you just have a list of domains and you have a list of DNS provider slugs. I could see that working out, but that's not where I'm at right now. Let's see. Could we do? Let me just show what I think this might look like. Okay. So potentially it could look like this. So we have some DNS providers, and we could have some, we could call this, say, Acme domains. And then they could just strictly map to a single DNS provider. And that would not be the worst thing in the world. I could see it being a little verbose, but, you know, I don't know. Maybe that would be all right. Actually, I could see that working out. Do I want to try it right now? I don't know. Right now, I want to go with this. So specific domains. All right, so let's go down here. Let's say so then we could check and see. All right, what is it griping at? Oh, right. All right. And I need to have a good recovery strategy, which should probably be something more like this. All right. Wildcard DNS provider is a string. Yeah, we just put a winner wins strategy in here. Config DNS. That's pretty good music, isn't it? I really like this one. I'll screenshot that for later. That was a really, really good one. You know what? We could even simplify this a bit further. Watch this. Oh, look at me go. I'm a madman. All right, there we go. So then I don't need any of that except for now we just take it all down to the level of this. Get rid of this one. No, wait. Do we leave that one? No, we get rid of it. We get rid of all of this. There we go. Much simpler. Okay. So now I'm going to just see if I can smooth this out. Oh, whoopsies. We had one of the right things here earlier. Let me go back to that. And just to make this fit on one line like I want, if not exists, continue. There we go. Okay, cannot use what? Config DNS. As type config DNS and assignment. Okay, that's fine. We can do this. Lost my spark plugs. Engine's running, but nobody is driving. What? You have reverse FIFO chat system there. Looks like UFO radio signals sporadically interfere with your speaker. What? What? I don't know. I don't understand. Old DNS comp. Domain. There we go. Okay. I think this one's going to work. Hmm. So the problem is that DNS providers really are above apps. I want to include them in apps because essentially the slug relationship, because a DNS provider should be at the location of the app slug. The slug should be unique based on which app it's part of. That's fine. But the domains actually have to be at the next layer up if we're going to do it that way. Which means that the DNS providers kind of go one layer up as well. So I'm not 100% on this, but it looks a little something like this. So this is what I was modeling before. I was modeling this. So DNS provider, Acme domain, because app is arbitrary. That's the only problem with app, is that it doesn't actually define anything real. It's just an arbitrary distinction to make it a little easier to deal with. So that would put DNS providers up here, and we can have as many DNS providers as we want, but then the Acme domains also has to go up here. And this would have been, sorry, this would be like this. There we go. And that's how it should have been down here as well. That wasn't just a change for this. So we can have the DNS providers listed there, but then we have to have the Acme domains listed here as well. And I think that's okay. But now we're back to where, we just have these arbitrary apps. I don't know. Now I'm almost entirely full circle back to where the service is the only thing that matters. I think I'm going to keep the apps together because the apps are a logical grouping. But we just have problems if there's duplicates across apps. I think that's fine. I think it's fine to say that the apps are actually a namespace entity. So they just provide a namespace. They just provide a slug namespace. That's all that they provide. And that aside from the slug namespace, everything else has to be unique. I think I'm going to live with that choice. All right, so basically All right, so we can have duplicate information that's the same. That's fine, even if it has a different slug. Yeah, this does make traversing the tree a little bit more complicated because we have multiple layers of wildcard, because basically we have the implicit wildcard that says any domain in this app. Yeah. So we kind of have to iterate over the apps multiple times because we need to figure out what the full list of domains is for the app. We need to figure out, so to do, figure out full list of domains for apps, figure out each Acme provider, and there needs to be a way to exclude a domain from an Acme provider from the wildcard. So that would mean that for the time being, DNS provider, the config DNS would get exclude string JSON or X domains. You look like you're from Utah. Really? Really? Sorry, from Texas. What? No, I'm in Utah. I'm not from Utah or Texas. Now I have to look up who Jeremy Robson is. I don't know who this is. I don't know what that means. All right, so we'd have to have some excluded domains. I think that could be okay. We'll see. Will I regret all of my life choices? This is the question. You know? Wait. Oh. Oh, we were listening to Jeremy Robson. Yes. Yes, we were. That was right down here. Jeremy Robson. Got it. Oh, whoops. Okay. So yeah, we have a lot of linting that we have to do here. All right. So, all right. So if domain is equal to star, okay. Oh, this is so obnoxious. But yeah, there just needs to be really, really good linting on the config, because one thing you never want to have happen is you never want, well, there may be cases where recovery is acceptable, but you never want an invalid config to go into production. You always want to know that if there's exclusionary config, you don't want something exclusionary. And it's nice if the config just, it's not possible to create a config that has exclusionary options. But the problem with that is that the config can get really, really, really verbose and very nasty to edit as a human or look at as a human. And I want a config that is human friendly. I think that that's important. And I think anybody who's ever dealt with YAML might agree. All right. Woo. Woo-wee. Okay. This would be the same thing. All right, so we're preferring to include over exclude because we have to make a choice. And it could lead to failure. Okay. All right, duplicate. All right, so in the face of ambiguity, we definitely need to figure out what to do here. All right, so what did this do? All this did was it built up the specific domains for this. So we also need to build up all the domains in the app, period. But right now we're just building up all of the domains for the given providers. So from that, we should be able to deduce the remaining, if there is a wild card, so we're back to needing var wild DNS, config DNS. So if domain is equal to this, if wild DNS is nil, wild DNS will be DNS conf. So winner wins. Okay, so all right, so let's figure out all domains. So next we could go through app services. Is it for embedded? Is what for embedded? This TLS router is for, I run some cloud services for a number of clients and my own stuff in a data center, and I need to be able to do routing, reverse proxying based on the server name indication and the application layer protocol negotiation of TLS. So that is what I'm working on. And this configuration file, I want to detect any possible misconfiguration. So I'm going to have an API where I post to the API, and I don't want it to be possible to post a configuration that is invalid. Now we have to define what the bounds of invalid mean, but the configuration should not be able to have multiple, it should not be able to conflict. It should not be able to create ambiguity. There are some things that cannot be known because they depend on the state of the world, like, is this server up? But aside from that, and I think there should be an option perhaps to I don't know. I guess if we can't contact the backend, then that probably should just be a fail. Anyway. All right, so serve conf. Okay. So let me change the name of this. So specific domains should actually be conf by domain. And then we say if wild DNS conf. Oh, so it's just wild DNS. Probably should be wild DNS conf. Let's change that from wild DNS to wild DNS conf. Okay, good. All right, so what do we need to do here? Okay, that's correct. Okay, so if it exists, then we don't worry about it, right? Hold on, let me make sure I got this right. Okay, I think that's right. Okay, so actually, okay, here's another weird one, right? So we have to loop through all of these, do that, figure out if it is. Okay, so if we end up not having, if we end up with this being null, then we need an empty DNS conf up here. Oh, and of course, I made a JavaScript right there. No, I didn't. No, I didn't. I got it right. Okay. Okay, so when I'm printing this out, the main thing I want to make sure is it's never possible for this to be nil. All right, and within an application, whoa, ho, ho, ho. Within an application, we don't want duplicate slugs. So now we're back to, we actually do need to identify a duplicate wildcard. We don't need this. So we need to, all right, duplicate wildcard, where are we at? Okay. All right, so app is a namespace for slugs. So I'm just going to do this. Var slugs map string struct empty struct. And this is going to be a description of the kind of thing. So dnsconf.slug will also have an exists here. And so kind of thing. All right. Whew. Let's see how far we are here into these goals. Wild DNS config. Oh, bother. I really don't want to leave this in a weird state. So I'm going to try my best to get to a point where I can commit something in the next hour, but I got to go to bed. I got to get up early in the morning. Before noon, for example. Okay. So do we figure out the full list of domains for apps? We did, because we did DNS by config. So by virtue of that, yes, that part is done. All right, figure out each Acme provider within the app. Yes. Okay, so that's all done. I think this is actually going to have to go up at the top level here. Okay, and what is this griping about down here then? DNS conf by domain. Domain. Oh. So the excluded. Wait, how did we handle the excluded? We went over the excluded. And we assigned empty DNS conf, right? There we go. All right, now we've avoided nil. So that's good. And we've gone through quite the permutation here on the config to make sure that hopefully it's not possible to get errors. I would like to have some tests for that at some point. All right. So Acme DNS, issuer conf map. right now, all right. So Acme DNS has domains here, but I don't know if we're going to have it that way or not. Issuer conf map seems to be fulfilling that. There we go. All right, so after all of that, what we load up is issuer conf map. Ooh. We also need oh, does that work still? Hold on. Okay, so now admin is a little bit special then. The admin service is not like an app service. Okay, so admin admin DNS is exclusive. So here, this is not going to be config service. This is going to be config DNS. And this actually needs to come first. Because it has to work. So in the winner-win strategy, this literally must come first. But it's okay if this does not have an API. I guess this really just kind of becomes the first app as far as this is concerned. Yeah, not quite. Admin DNS disabled. Oh, there we go. Got it. There we go. Okay. There we go. There we go. There we go. Hmm. Okay, DNS conf by domain. Oh, you know what? I'm going to have to do a check. Hold on here. Check that all Acme DNS domains are used by a service in the app. So we need to do that. Check that domains aren't duplicated. Okay. All right. So after all of this, we have a reasonable assurance that there are issuer configs. Okay. New cert magic, Acme, conf DNS provider. So we know the admin domains are used. So because we know the admin domains are used, we can go ahead and build those up. So these have a DNS conf. So issuer conf map. I guess is an Acme conf. Right. Okay, so then what we'd have as a to-do is figuring out let's see. All right, so configured domains. We got configured domains. So at some point, to do check versus configured. Let's say enabled. All right. Hmm. Oh, we might need to do the other way too, where we might need to figure out all of the Acme configs. It's interesting. We might need to figure out all of the Acme configs that map to the same domain. Okay. Uh-oh, where'd this one come from? Uh-oh, that's not going to be good. We're really going to need some special sauce here. It's just for the config. All right, let me go down to where I can here. Yeah, I'm gonna have to call it. I think I'd leaned at least one more solid day on this to get it right. Okay, I don't think we have app DNS providers, do we? No, we do have app DNS providers. So this is DNSConf. Oh, whoopsie daisies. Did I mess that up over here? I think I just messed that up somewhere. Oh, this isn't normalized comp, so this is actually okay. Okay, that is... Uh-oh, what have I broken now? Probably nothing more than usual. All right. This is the type of tooling that we crave. Uh-oh. All right, what was it griping about? Did I really fix all of that? Seems very doubtful. But now there's stuff over here that can be wrong. Okay. Ooh. Oh no. All right. Conf.app. Service. App.services. Service.domains. Service.alpns. Service.backends. Okay, that looks like that. Really? I just don't believe that this is at all possibly working from those changes that I made just now over the last hour or two. It seems like it's going to need far more than that. But let's just see what happens if we build it. Okay, cool. Ooh, version can mean two things. Because version could mean the... I think we need revision, not version. Okay, so I'm going to make that change. This is a little less classical, a little more ambitious. Let's see, what are the places where I got version? Version. Oh, that's correct. That's not one of the places that needs to change. All right. Okay, let's see. So we need to update this so that it's got apps, which have services. DNS providers. Apps have DNS providers. So app name is TLS router demo. And slug is TLS router demo. DNS providers can have domains. All right, so we're going to have also a project. Okay, so there's the bunch of cert magic and whatever. Okay, that one is restricted to just those. Okay, great. So this is looking good. Okay, so all right, app name slug, DNS provider. Huh. Oopsie daisies. How to learn Go. I've got some resources for you. I'm getting kind of tired, so I am not going to be super duper uh, talkative. But here's some general good resources for programming, but I'm going to pull up the Go ones here in just a second. So, resources for learning Go. Best way to learn, of course, is to have a project that you personally are invested in and care about. Because then that will drive you to know what you need to do next. You'll be able to figure it out without having somebody explicitly telling you what to do. You will know what to do, and you'll know what to look for. Okay. I probably do need to renest that with the config object, but we're not going to worry about that right now. I think the services will get a slug by default. All right. Okay, let's see if this works now. Looks like it might. Refuse to connect. Okay. No big deal, just a null pointer dereference. See if we can backtrack that to where the problem's actually happening. All right. Looks like we might get lucky and find it. Headline A24, 667. Let's look at 667 first and then A24. All right. Nope, that's not it. So 824. TLS handshake. Okay. Which, what that actually means is that it's happening somewhere in here. Okay, can we see? We can only see a little bit further into our actual code. Get certificate with context. Is that us? No. Admit. Not vendor. So it's a pity. All right, so DNS solver is not equal nil. All right, so I don't think that was good enough. I think that new just created a pointer. What I actually need is an yeah. This is what I need. That new, I don't know why I did new there. I guess I was just trying to be cool. But new was the wrong thing. I think. Does new make the thing? Or does new just create a pointer? Maybe new does make the thing. All right, anyway, we got a bunch of enabled domains. All right. Okay, that doesn't seem right. Let's just try this one, see what happens. I think that could work. It could also not work. And behold, it did not work. All right, get certificate. I wish I could see where in my code that went wrong. But the best I got is line 824, which is not a helpful line. All right, so what do we get? Server name, supported protos. Let's see here. Oh, interesting. TLS ALPN challenge not supported yet. Oh, really? Because that one needs to be supported. All right. Yo, yo, yo. All right, so I'm imagining that this is going to be nil, is the problem. And so, or it's going to be an interface. So its get certificate function is just going to be nil. All right, let's see what we CCC. That's a weird one. I did it say something about not building? No, it built. Then why aren't we seeing that yo-yo? TLS Condon handshake. Okay, so does that mean that this is happening before the yo-yo-yo? All right. Nada, nada. Ah. So this one is... two yo-yo-yo. All right. Let me try this one. Okay, that one breaks too. That's my yo-yo-yo. Certain magic, nil. All right. No problemo there. All right, good. So the good news is it's failing utterly and disastrously. That's the good news. So it's not like it's a little bit wrong. It's very, very messed up. This is good news. Yeah, there's my two yo-yo. All right, so cert magic conf map is just not being loaded, period. Load CMCM, domain, domain. Acme conf. Okay, that makes a little more sense here. There's probably the same thing down below. Yep, there it is. Flatten that BZ out. And then maybe we get lucky this time. Who knows? Nope. I'm going to try this one just in case we get lucky here. Hey, we get lucky here. Excellent. All right. So we got it halvesies working. Let me get it whole working and then I'll do a whippy. App services. SRV. All right, let's see. All right, so for domain conf DNS conf. Conf map. Conf map. All right, so somewhere here, things went terribly, terribly wrong. And I'm guessing it's with the SNI LPN matchers. All right, so my guess is that somewhere around here, some domains went crisscrossy. That doesn't seem to be the case. So what I'm seeing here looks right. Let's see. Backends. Terminate TLS true. Terminate TLS true. Terminate TLS true. Okay. I don't see what I'm doing wrong. Let me just run it again. So this is working. Great. But then if I use the other domain, the non-admin domain, boom, big fail. All right. ALPNs is a nil string. But are we got a host there? Do we have domains here? Terminate the TLS. But the question is, debug will terminate TLS 4. Let's see what we see here. Debug will terminate TLS 4. Cert magic. Started background maintenance. So debug will terminate TLS. Okay, so what could have gone wrong here? specific config. All right, it's not showing as having a specific config. Is that what we're getting at? Okay, I'm a little confused. I guess because this should exist. Let's see. In my config right now, cert magic. We have DNS providers. And basically a wildcard should be covering this. Okay, let's make sure our config file looks right. A bad config file definitely shouldn't make this not work. But we do have a bad config file that is making this not work. Okay, because there's a thing we don't support yet. I see what's going on here. Okay, so I think now if I rebuild this, I think it's going to be at least as good as it was before. So we still don't support raw TLS ALPN. We only support, yep, okay, cool. So everything's good now. Okay, so we're no worse off at least. And I got to go to bed. So I'll have to finish this on Monday. And I think I will have to finish this on Monday. Because I do need this. Okay, so oops. Git commit ref config rewrite for app format. Okay, so kind of a recap where we're at. where we need to go from here. I'm going to pause the music. So I've updated the config format. We still don't support raw TLS ALPN. So this one here. The reason for that is that in order to support this, let's see. I guess I'm not sure what we need to do to support this. We need to hand this over to, I guess, Certain Magic to handle this by generating a special config. So that is something that we do need to handle. And what else? What else do we need to do? I think before I want to get to that, because I'm actually happy just to always use DNS config at the moment. Well, I'm not. I'm not because I can't. So I do have to get this figured out. But that I don't think, fingers crossed, I think this is just a matter of figure out which which function to call in Cert Magic to return the correct config for this. And I think there's going to be something else that needs to be done here. I think I'm going to need to sort these by, well, I guess I need a way to get some configs by domain. Yeah. I need a way to do that. But the thing that I wanted to do, that I was working up to, was the ability to have an API. Like, okay, let me actually go back here, because again, we don't have all the stuff in the right place yet. But so I want to have something like post / API / config app / oh, let's see, could be services, and it could be we post a new one, or we could do a put service slug. So it could be app slug, service slug, something like that. And this would be add service or set service. And then what else we have? Maybe we need a way to add an app as well. So I think I mostly want the puts. So I think I want to set a backend. I really don't care. The service is not actually what's that important. It could be, but I think just adding the backend is what's of particular importance. Or we could leave that other one there. This doesn't hurt anything. And then set DNS provider. I think that's... I guess the other thing is I need to be able to... Oh, you broke out of jail. That's amazing. I will not tell anybody except for everybody. I won't tell anybody who isn't everybody. Yes. I won't tell anyone specifically. So maybe something like this. I want to be able to set a backend to one or more domains. I guess this would be more like a post. It's kind of a put. It's kind of a post. I don't know. No, it's a post. It'd be an idempotent add. This would be a replace backend. The backend is identified by its address and port, period. So maybe it'd be patch backends. Maybe patch backends is the more appropriate one. So we're gonna like add a replace backend, add a replace domain. I don't know if we could really add a replace domain. We could for a service. I don't know. I have to go back a little bit and look at some of my scripts and see how I'm already using this, and then just find the most ergonomic way to do it. But basically, I need idempotent ways. The number one thing is I need idempotent ways to change config. I want to be able to. I also need to be able to delete something, like, if I want to delete. Okay, so here, this makes sense. Host and port, like that. That makes sense. Would you call that host? Or we could say address. Do not delete anything or the police will catch you. That's what they want you to think. Okay. I gotta replace domain. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, I'm not exactly sure what it needs to look like. I gotta go through my scripts and figure it out, but I need this to work idempotently. And I think we're at a place where I can do that. And then the last thing that I need to do is the TLS ALPN has to work. Well, actually, the last thing I need to do is to add in something that will just redirect any request from port 80 to HTTPS 443. That's the last thing that I need to do. Technically, I could do that with something else that already exists, but it should be trivial to do. So this is, so add to do comments. There we go. And with it, I am out. Have a good one. Catch you maybe Monday, hopefully Monday, to finish up this. I mean, there's some refinement I want to put into this as well. I could certainly I could have a 16-hour day on Monday and probably make really good progress on this, but they got to get those endpoints in to be able to do idempotent actions by backend and by domain and by DNS provider config. I think by those three things. Well, and by app. I need to be able to create an app. I don't know if yeah. Or maybe I don't need to create an app. Anyway, I'm out.